Welcome to Dreamshade Stories. Thank you so much for choosing to spend this time with me tonight. Now, close your eyes, let your shoulders drop, and now, let's begin our story. The Silent Days of a Child Alone in the Amazon. Chapter 1. The Morning Ritual of Water and Light. The boy woke when the first thread of light pushed through the canopy. It was always this way. The darkness would hold everything in place, and then slowly, gradually, the green would begin to show itself. First the leaves nearest to his shelter, then the vines that hung like old ropes, then the distant trees that rose so high he could never see their tops. He lay still for a moment, listening. The sounds of the forest were already there. Birds calling to one another in voices he had learned to recognize. The hum of insects beginning their day. Somewhere far off, the low rumble of howler monkeys. A sound like distant thunder that never brought rain. The shelter was small, just enough room for him to stretch out, built against a fallen tree whose wood had gone soft with age and moisture. He had covered it with palm fronds, layering them carefully so the rain would run off instead of soaking through. It took him many tries to learn this. Many wet nights when he woke shivering, water dripping onto his face, before he understood the angle the leaves needed to lie. He sat up slowly. His body was thin, all angles, and brown skin marked with small scars from thorns and branches. His hair had grown long, falling past his shoulders in tangles that he sometimes tried to work apart with his fingers. He wore the remains of clothes that had once been bright blue, now faded to a color like old sky, torn and mended with strips of vine. The morning routine was always the same. It gave shape to the day. First, water. He kept a collection of containers near the shelter. Some were hollowed gourds he had found and cleaned. Others were sections of bamboo he had cut and sealed at one end. They caught the rain, and he checked them now, running his hand along the edge of each one to feel how full they were. 3 were nearly full. 1 was half empty. He made a mental note of this, the way he did every morning. Water was the most important thing. Without it, nothing else mattered. He drank from the fullest gourd, tilting his head back and letting the water run into his mouth. It tasted like leaves and earth, slightly sweet. It was cool from the night. He drank until his stomach felt heavy, then set the gourd back in its place. Next, he checked the area around the shelter. This was important. He walked a slow circle, looking at the ground, at the trees, at the spaces between things. He looked for prints in the soft earth. Jaguar tracks were wide and round, the pads clearly visible. He had seen them twice. Once very close, just beyond the circle he walked now. That had been many days ago, and he had not slept well for several nights after. Today there were only the small prints of agoutis, rodents the size of rabbits that moved through the undergrowth in the early morning. He saw where they had been digging, little divots in the soil where they searched for roots and fallen seeds. He had tried to catch them before, but they were too quick, vanishing into the shadows before he could get close. He looked up into the trees. Spider monkeys sometimes passed through, traveling in groups that chattered and swung from branch to branch. If they came close enough, they would drop fruit, either on purpose or by accident. He had learned to follow them when he heard them, walking beneath their path and gathering what fell. But there were no monkeys now, just the birds and the insects and the constant green. Satisfied that nothing had disturbed his space in the night, he returned to the shelter and pulled out his tools. He kept them wrapped in a piece of cloth that had once been part of a shirt. Inside were the things he had made or found. A knife fashioned from a sharp stone, the edge worked carefully against other rocks until it could cut. A length of strong vine he used as rope. Several straight sticks he had sharpened to points. These were his spears, though he rarely managed to catch anything with them. He selected the knife and one of the sharpened sticks, then set out toward the stream. The forest was never silent. As he walked, the sounds moved around him, above him, through the layers of leaves and branches. He had learned to walk quietly, placing his feet carefully to avoid snapping twigs or rustling too many leaves. Not because he was hunting, but because the quiet felt right. It felt like the way he was supposed to move through this place. The stream was not far, perhaps a 5-minute walk, though he no longer thought in minutes. Tom had become something different here. There was morning and afternoon and evening and night. There was the rainy time when water fell every day, sometimes for hours, and the less rainy time when the sun appeared more often. But minutes and hours had slipped away, become meaningless. The stream ran over smooth stones, clear enough that he could see the bottom even where it was deepest. He knelt at the edge and dipped his hand in, feeling the coolness run over his fingers. Small fish darted away from his shadow. He watched them for a moment, silver streaks in the brown water, then began his work. He had built a small trap in the stream. It was made of sticks woven together and weighted down with stones, forming a narrow funnel that fish could swim into but had trouble swimming out of. He checked it every morning. Most days it was empty, but sometimes he would find 1 or 2 small fish trapped inside, swimming in frantic circles. Today there was one. It was the length of his hand, silver-sided with a dark stripe down its back. He reached in carefully and grabbed it, feeling it thrash against his palm. He brought it to the bank and used the stone knife to kill it quickly, the way he had taught himself. It was important not to let things suffer. He did not know why he believed this, only that he did. He cleaned the fish in the stream, cutting away the parts he could not eat and letting them drift away in the current. Then he wrapped it in a large leaf and set it aside. This would be his meal later, after the sun was higher and he had finished the other tasks of the morning. With the fish taken care of, he refilled his water containers at the stream. He had to make 3 trips, carrying 2 containers each time, moving slowly so as not to spill. The work was repetitive, calming. He liked having things to do. When his hands were busy, his mind could rest. By the time he returned from the 3rd trip, the sun had risen higher. The light was coming down in slanted columns through the canopy now, illuminating patches of forest floor in bright green and gold. He could feel the heat beginning to build, though it was never as hot here in the shade as he imagined it might be in open spaces. He had only vague memories of open spaces. Fields, maybe. Roads. They seemed like dreams now, images without context. He built a small fire using the method he had practiced countless times. A flat piece of wood with a groove carved into it. A straight stick that fit into the groove. He spun the stick between his palms, pressing down, spinning it fast, then faster, until the friction created heat. A thin stream of smoke would begin to rise from the groove, and he would blow on it gently, feeding it tiny pieces of dried bark and moss until a coal formed. Then he could add larger pieces, building the fire slowly, patiently. It took time. It always took time. But time was something he had. When the fire was burning steadily, he cooked the fish on a flat stone he had placed near the flames. The smell was rich and made his stomach tighten with hunger. He waited until the flesh turned white and flaky, then used a stick to pull it away from the heat. He ate slowly, picking the meat from the bones with his fingers, chewing carefully. Food was precious. It had to last. After eating, he sat by the fire and let his mind drift. This was the part of the day when thoughts came most easily. In the morning, with tasks to complete, he could stay focused. But now, with his hunger satisfied and the fire crackling softly, the past would sometimes surface. He remembered a woman. Her face was unclear now, blurred at the edges like something seen through dirty glass. But he remembered the feeling of her. Safety, warmth, a voice that sang sometimes, low and steady. He did not know if she had been his mother. He assumed she must have been. But the word felt strange now, like something from another language. He remembered a place with walls, a room where light came through square openings. Windows, he thought they were called. And other people, though their faces were even less clear than the woman's. Children, maybe, or were they adults? He could not tell anymore. And he remembered the plane. This memory was sharper than the others, though still fragmented. The sound of engines, sitting in a seat that pressed against his back, looking out a window at clouds. And then something wrong. A terrible shaking. Voices raised in panic. A sensation of falling that went on and on and on. After that, nothing. No memory of impact, of crawling away, of how he had survived. He had simply woken one day in the forest, small and alone and terrified, with no understanding of how he had gotten there. That had been a long time ago. How long, he did not know. Long enough that the terror had faded. Long enough that the forest had become familiar. Long enough that he sometimes went entire days without thinking of the before time at all. He poked at the fire with a stick, watching the embers glow brighter orange. The smoke rose in a thin column, disappearing into the canopy above. He thought about the monkeys he had heard at dawn, wondering if they would circle back this way. He thought about his fish trap, whether he should check it again in the afternoon or wait until tomorrow. He thought about the small tear in his shelter's roof that he had noticed this morning, how he would need to weave more palm fronds to patch it before the next rain. These thoughts were comfortable. They had edges and answers. They were about the now and the soon, not the distant and the lost. When the fire burned down to coals, he scattered them carefully and covered them with dirt. Fire was useful, but it was also dangerous. He had learned this early, after nearly setting his first shelter ablaze. Now he was careful, methodical, making sure every ember was cold before he walked away. The afternoon stretched ahead. The light had shifted again, the columns moving across the forest floor as the sun traveled its invisible path above the canopy. The heat was at its peak now, and the animals were quieter, resting in the shade. The boy decided to work on his shelter. The palm fronds needed replacing every so often as they dried out and crumbled. He gathered his cutting tool, a sharp rock lashed to a sturdy branch, and set off toward a place he knew where palm trees grew. The walk took him through a part of the forest he traveled often. He knew the landmarks. a tree whose trunk split into three parts, forming a shape like a giant hand. A boulder covered in moss that was always cool to the touch. A vine that hung in a perfect spiral, as if someone had arranged it that way on purpose. He moved through these markers without thinking, his feet finding the path automatically. This was his territory, his known world. Beyond it, in all directions, stretched more forest, identical and endless. He had explored outward many times in the beginning, hoping to find something. People, buildings, roads. But there was only more green, more trees, more sounds that all blended into the same eternal chorus. Eventually he had stopped searching. The forest was what it was. Leaving his small known area felt pointless, even dangerous. Here, he understood where to find water, where the fruit trees were, which plants were safe and which would make him sick. Here, he had his shelter and his routines. Here, he could survive. The palm trees grew in a small clearing where some larger tree had fallen long ago, creating a gap in the canopy. The light was brighter here, and different plants grew in the opening. The palms were young, their fronds long and green and perfect for his shelter. He cut several fronds carefully, using his tool to slice through the tough stems. The work made his arms ache, but it was a good ache, the kind that came from accomplishment. He bundled the fronds together and lifted them onto his shoulder, then began the walk back. By the time he reached his shelter, the afternoon was beginning to slide toward evening. The light was turning golden, softer, and the sounds of the forest were shifting again. Different birds called now, and in the distance he could hear the buzz of cicadas beginning their evening song. He spent the remaining daylight weaving the new fronds into his roof, replacing the ones that had grown brittle. His fingers worked automatically, over and under, pulling tight, securing each piece. It was satisfying work. When he finished, the shelter looked renewed, the roof thick and tight against the weather. As the light faded, he prepared for evening. He checked his water again, making sure the containers were secure. He brought his tools inside the shelter, wrapping them back in their cloth. He gathered a few pieces of fruit he had collected earlier in the week, small and purple and tart, and ate them slowly, watching the shadows deepen. Night came gradually here, not all at once. The green faded to gray, then to shades of blue and black. The daytime birds went quiet, and the nighttime creatures began to stir. Frogs started their rhythmic croaking. Insects buzzed and clicked. Somewhere an owl called, a low hollow sound that echoed through the trees. The boy lay down in his shelter, pulling a woven mat over himself. It was not cold, but the weight of it was comforting. He listened to the sounds outside, naming them in his mind. That was a frog. That was a cricket. That was something larger moving through the undergrowth, probably an agouti or maybe a paca. He was not afraid of the night anymore. In the beginning, every sound had made him tense with fear, imagining predators and dangers in every shadow. But time had taught him that most of the forest was indifferent to him. The animals went about their lives, and he went about his, and they rarely intersected in dangerous ways. His eyes grew heavy. The sounds of the forest blended into a familiar symphony, a lullaby he knew by heart. His breathing slowed, deepened. The day had been like all the others. Water and food and work and rest. The rhythm of survival, steady and unchanging. Tomorrow would be the same. And the day after that. And the day after that. The forest held him in its green embrace, and time continued its slow, unmarked passage. The boy slept, and the night pressed on, indifferent and eternal, as it always had and always would. Chapter 2. The Patterns of Rain and Growth. The rain came in the night, as it often did. The boy woke to the sound of it, a soft pattering on the leaves above that gradually grew louder. He lay still, listening, making sure the water was running off his shelter the way it should. The sound was rhythmic, almost musical, and after a few moments he closed his eyes again and let it carry him back toward sleep. When morning came, everything was wet. The air was thick with moisture, and water dripped from every leaf and branch. The boy emerged from his shelter into a forest transformed by rain, everything darker and more vivid. The green was almost overwhelming, as if the plants had drunk deeply and were now showing their gratitude by being more alive. He performed his morning routine with the small adjustments that rain required. The water containers were full, overflowing even, so he did not need to make the trip to the stream. Instead, he drank directly from them, then poured some over his head and shoulders, washing away the sweat and dirt from the day before. The water was cool and clean, and it made his skin prickle. He checked the area around his shelter, his feet squelching in the muddy ground. The rain always revealed new things. Mushrooms would appear overnight, pushing up through the soil in strange formations. Some were white and delicate. Others were bright orange or deep brown. He had learned through careful testing which ones he could eat. The testing had made him sick several times, cramping and vomiting until his body was empty and weak. But slowly he had built a knowledge of what was safe and what was not. Today there were several of the brown mushrooms he recognized, growing in a cluster at the base of a tree. He picked them carefully, brushing off the dirt, and brought them back to his shelter. They would go well with fish, if he could catch another one. The stream would be higher after the rain, running faster and muddier. He knew from experience that fishing was harder on these days. The trap would fill with debris, leaves and sticks carried by the current, and the fish would be more scattered, disturbed by the changing water. But he went anyway, because the routine mattered. The going and the checking and the doing. It gave structure to the shapeless days. The forest was louder after rain. Frogs called constantly, their voices overlapping in waves. Birds shook water from their feathers and sang to reclaim their territories. Everything seemed more active, more urgent, as if the rain had reminded all the creatures that they were alive and had things to do. The boy walked slowly, his bare feet finding purchase on the slippery ground. He had fallen many times when he first came here, his body not yet adapted to the terrain. But now his feet were tough and calloused, and his sense of balance was keen. He could move across wet roots and muddy slopes without much thought. When he reached the stream, he saw that he had been right. The water was brown with sediment, moving fast over the stones. His trap was half buried in debris, and when he pulled it out, he found it empty except for a tangle of leaves. He cleaned it out and reset it, even though he suspected it would be another day before the water cleared enough for fish to return. He sat on the bank for a while, watching the water flow past. The sound of it was different than usual, more forceful. He liked the variation. The same but different. Predictable in its unpredictability. There was a movement downstream, and he turned his head to see a capybara emerging from the underbrush. It was large, the size of a dog, with coarse brown fur and small round ears. It moved to the water's edge and began to drink, seemingly unconcerned by his presence. The boy stayed very still. He had seen capybaras before, but usually at a distance. They were peaceful animals, not dangerous, but they were also wary and would flee if startled. He watched it drink, its movements methodical and calm. When it finished, it looked around, its small eyes passing over him without apparent interest, and then it moved back into the vegetation and was gone. These encounters always gave him a strange feeling, a reminder that he was not the only living thing in the forest, that there were other rhythms, other routines, other small lives being lived in the endless green. It made him feel less alone and more alone at the same time. He returned to his shelter and built a fire despite the dampness. It took longer than usual, the wood wet and reluctant to catch. But he was patient, feeding it small pieces of bark and dead moss that he kept stored in a dry spot under an overhang of his shelter. Eventually the flames took hold, and he was able to add larger pieces, building the fire up until it crackled and steamed. He cooked the mushrooms on his flat stone, watching them darken and shrink as the heat drove out their moisture. They had an earthy taste that filled his mouth, and though there was not much substance to them, they gave him something to eat. He supplemented them with some nuts he had collected and stored, hard-shelled things that he had to crack open with a rock. The work of cracking and extracting the meat kept his hands busy and made the meal last longer. After eating, he considered what to do with the rest of the day. The rain had made some tasks harder, but it had also created opportunities. The wet ground would be easier to dig, and he had been thinking about making a deeper hole for storing water containers, something that would keep them cooler and more protected. He selected a spot near his shelter and began to dig with a flat stone and his hands. The earth was soft and yielding, and he could scoop it out in handfuls. He worked steadily, not rushing, creating a hole about as deep as his forearm and wide enough to hold several containers. When he was satisfied with the size, he lined the bottom with flat stones to keep the containers from sitting directly in the mud. The work took most of the afternoon. His hands became caked with earth, his nails packed with it. But when he was finished and had placed the containers into the hole, he felt satisfied. It was an improvement, a small step toward making his existence more secure and comfortable. As evening approached, the rain began again. This time it was lighter, a gentle drizzle that fell straight down through the canopy. The boy sat in the entrance of his shelter, watching it come down. He did not mind the rain. It meant fresh water, cooler temperatures, and a different quality to the light and sound around him. He thought about growth. Everything here grew constantly. The plants pushed upward and outward, competing for space and light. Vines climbed trees, flowers bloomed and withered, fruits ripened and fell. It was a slow explosion of life, happening all the time, mostly invisible from one day to the next, but undeniable over weeks and months. He himself had grown. His clothes, already too small when he first arrived, had long since been abandoned except for the scraps he still wore. His body had changed shape, become leaner and harder. His hair was long and wild. His hands were rough and scarred. He was not the same person he had been before, whoever that person was. Sometimes he tried to imagine what he would look like to someone else. A wild boy, brown from the sun, hair tangled with bits of leaves and twigs, eyes that had learned to watch and wait. Someone who belonged to the forest now more than to the world of people, if that world still existed somewhere beyond the trees. He thought about what it would be like if someone appeared. Another person walking out of the green, speaking words he had not heard in so long. Would he be happy? Frightened? Would he even be able to speak back? Or had he forgotten how? He tried sometimes to practice speaking, forming words in the silence of his shelter. But the words felt strange in his mouth, and his voice sounded wrong, too loud or too quiet, like an instrument he no longer knew how to play. So mostly he stayed silent, letting his thoughts remain thoughts, unspoken and internal. The rain continued through the evening and into the night. The boy ate the last of his stored fruit and drank from his newly arranged water supply. He checked the fire, making sure it was properly extinguished, and then settled into his shelter for the night. The sound of rain on leaves was different from the sound of rain on the ground. It was softer, more layered, as if the forest itself was absorbing the water and muting it. He found it soothing. The rhythm was irregular enough to be interesting, but constant enough to be calming. He lay in the darkness, feeling the slight coolness in the air, listening to the water and the frogs and the distant calls of night birds. His body was tired from the day's work, the good tired that came from useful effort. His stomach was not full, but it was not empty either. He had water, shelter, and safety. By the measures that mattered here, he was doing well. Tomorrow would bring whatever it brought. More rain, perhaps, or clearing skies. Fish in the trap or mushrooms in the forest. Tasks to complete and small problems to solve. The days unfolded one after another, each similar to the last, but each with its own small variations. He closed his eyes and let his breathing slow. The forest breathed with him, in and out, the rain its exhalation. He was a small part of a vast system, a single breath in an endless cycle. The thought might have made him feel insignificant, but instead it made him feel connected. He was here. He was alive. He continued. The night deepened, and the rain fell, and time moved forward in its patient, unmarked way. Chapter 3: The Territory of Days and Seasons. The boy had marked his time in the forest by seasons, though they were subtle here. There was the time of heavy rains, when water fell almost every day and the world became a study in wetness. Then there was the time of lighter rains, when the sun appeared more often and the forest felt less oppressive. He was not sure if there were other seasons. If there were, they blended together too smoothly for him to distinguish. He had been through many cycles of rain and less rain. Enough that his memories of the before time had faded almost completely. Now there was only the forest and the rhythm of survival and the slow accumulation of small knowledges about how to live. One morning, he woke to find that a tree had fallen near his shelter. Not close enough to damage anything, but near enough that he could hear the crash in the moment it happened. A tremendous splintering crack followed by the rush and thud of impact. He had jolted awake, heart racing, and then had lain still, listening to the forest's reaction. Birds burst into flight, their wings beating frantically. Monkeys screamed warnings. And then, gradually, the normal sounds returned. the forest absorbing the disruption and moving on. Now, in the daylight, he went to examine it. The tree was enormous, one of the giants whose top he had never been able to see. It had pulled up a massive root system when it fell, creating a crater in the ground that was already beginning to fill with water. The trunk stretched away into the forest, crushing smaller plants beneath it, creating a bridge of wood that connected ground to canopy. He walked along its length, marveling at the size. The bark was thick and rough, home to countless insects and lichens. Further along, he found fungi growing in shelf-like formations, layer upon layer of brown and white. And near what had been the top, now lying broken on the ground, he found a bird's nest that had survived the fall intact. 3 pale blue eggs still nestled inside. He took the eggs carefully, one by one, knowing this was an unexpected gift. Eggs were protein, rich and filling. He carried them back to his shelter and cooked them on his flat stone, watching the whites turn opaque and firm. They tasted rich and slightly earthy, and he ate them slowly, rationing the pleasure. The fallen tree changed his territory slightly. It created a new landmark, a new route to walk. Over the following days, he explored its length, discovering the ways it had altered the forest around it. Sunlight now reached the ground where the tree had stood, and new plants were already beginning to sprout in the light. He saw insects he had not seen before, drawn to the decaying wood, and birds came to investigate, pecking at the bark for grubs and beetles. Change was constant here, he realized. The forest was never static. Trees fell, clearings opened and closed. Streams shifted their courses after heavy rains. Animals came and went, following patterns he did not fully understand. His own routines provided stability in the midst of this flux, but the world around him was always moving, always transforming. He began to expand his foraging range, venturing a bit further each day. He had grown more confident in his ability to find his way back, developing an instinctive sense of direction based on subtle cues. The way the light fell, the slope of the ground, the specific trees and rock formations he had unconsciously memorized. In these explorations, he found new sources of food. A tree that produced large seed pods filled with a starchy pulp. A patch of plants with edible roots that he could dig up and roast in the fire. A vine that bore small grape-like fruits, sour but refreshing. Each discovery was carefully tested, small amounts eaten, and then time allowed to pass, waiting to see if his body would reject it. Most often it did not, and he would add the new food to his mental catalog of safe things. He also found evidence of other people, or at least of people from long ago. In one location, half buried in leaf litter, he discovered the remnants of a metal container, rusted and crumbling. In another place, a piece of cloth so rotted that it fell apart when he touched it. These artifacts puzzled him. Were they from the plane crash? Or had other people been here before, living or traveling through? He did not know, and there was no way to know. The forest kept its secrets. One afternoon, he saw the jaguar again. He was walking along a game trail, moving quietly as he always did, when he sensed something and froze. The feeling was instinctive, a primal awareness of being watched. He turned his head slowly and saw it, perhaps 30 paces away, lying on a low branch. It was massive, golden-furred with black rosettes, its eyes fixed on him with an intensity that made his breath stop. They looked at each other for a long moment. The boy's heart hammered in his chest, but he did not run. He had learned that running triggered the chase instinct in predators. Instead, he stood very still, making himself as non-threatening as possible. Neither prey nor challenger, just another part of the forest. The jaguar watched him with what seemed like mild curiosity. Its tail flicked once, twice, and then, with liquid grace, it rose and stretched, muscles rippling under its fur. It turned away from him, moving along the branch and then down the trunk of another tree, disappearing into the undergrowth without a sound. The boy remained frozen for several more seconds, then slowly released the breath he had been holding. His legs felt weak, and he sat down on the ground, waiting for his heartbeat to return to normal. The encounter had lasted less than a minute, but it had reminded him that he was not at the top of the food chain here, that for all his adaptations and survival skills, he was still vulnerable. But the jaguar had not attacked. It had looked and then moved on, uninterested. Perhaps he was too small to be worth the effort. Or perhaps, after all this time, he had truly become part of the forest's balance, just another creature living among creatures, beneath notice unless he made himself a threat or a target. He continued to see the jaguar occasionally after that, always at a distance. It seemed to have a territory that overlapped with his, and sometimes in the early morning or at dusk, he would catch a glimpse of golden fur moving through the shadows. Each sighting brought a mixture of fear and something else, something like respect or even connection. They were both here, both surviving, both following their patterns. The days continued their progression. He improved his shelter, adding a small extension where he could store food and tools, keeping them dry and organized. He built a better fish trap, one that caught more consistently. He found a grove of palm hearts, the tender inner cores of young palm trees, and learned to harvest them without killing the entire plant. His body became even more attuned to the forest's rhythms. He could tell the time of day by the quality of light and the patterns of animal activity. He could sense approaching rain by the change in air pressure and the behavior of insects. He knew which trees would have fruit in which season, and he planned his movements accordingly. But despite all this knowledge, all this competence, there was still a feeling that sometimes washed over him in the quiet moments. A feeling he could not quite name. Not loneliness exactly, though that was part of it. More like an awareness of incompleteness. As if he were a sentence that had been cut off mid-thought, lacking its conclusion. He would sit by his fire in the evening and try to remember, not the vague shadows of the before time, but something more immediate. Why he was here, how he had survived when surely others had not, whether anyone had looked for him, and if so, whether they had stopped. These thoughts never led anywhere useful. They were like paths in the forest that appeared to go somewhere, but then faded into impassable thickets. So he would turn his mind back to practical matters. The need to gather more firewood, the hole in his water container that needed patching, the bird he had seen that might have a nest worth finding. The present was knowable. The present made sense. The past was a distant country he could barely remember, and the future was a concept that had ceased to have much meaning. There was only the now, stretching endlessly forward, day after day after day. One evening, as the light faded to purple and then black, he lay in his shelter and listened to the familiar symphony of night sounds. A thought occurred to him, simple and strange. He was not unhappy. The realization surprised him. He was not happy either, in any way he could define, but there was a kind of peace in his existence, a rightness to the rhythm he had found. He was alive. He was surviving. And in a place that could have killed him in countless ways, he had learned to continue. That felt like something. Not victory exactly, but not defeat either. Just existence, moment by moment, breath by breath. The forest held him as it held everything else. Without judgment, without preference. He was neither special nor ignored. He simply was, and that was enough. The night deepened, and the sounds continued their eternal patterns, and the boy slept and dreamed of nothing in particular, and woke to find another day had begun. Chapter 4. The Quiet Mathematics of Survival. The boy had developed a system for counting. He used stones, smooth river stones that fit comfortably in his palm. Each stone represented something different. One color for days, another for fish caught, another for times he had seen larger animals. He kept them in a small pouch he had made from woven plant fibers, and sometimes he would take them out and arrange them, studying the patterns they revealed. He was not sure why he did this. The exact number of days did not matter, and knowing how many fish he had caught told him nothing useful about tomorrow. But the counting gave him a sense of measurement, a way of marking time that felt more concrete than the endless sameness of sunrise and sunset. By his stones, he calculated that he had caught fish 73 times, that he had seen the jaguar 11 times, that he had experienced 34 heavy rain periods. These numbers were probably not accurate. He had started counting long after he arrived, and his memory of the early days was fragmented. But they were his numbers, and they gave shape to time. One morning he discovered that his knife stone had broken. The edge he had worked so carefully to sharpen had split, leaving a gap that made it useless for fine cutting. He sat looking at it for a long time, feeling something like sadness. The knife had been with him since the beginning, one of the first tools he had managed to make. It had cut fish and plants and palm fronds. It had saved his life in small ways dozens of times. But tools broke. That was their nature. He would need to make another one. He spent the next several days searching for the right stone. It needed to be hard enough to hold an edge, but not so hard that it would shatter when struck. It needed to be the right size and shape, comfortable to hold and work with. He examined countless stones, testing them, rejecting most. Finally, he found one that felt right. It was dark gray, almost black, with fine grain and good weight. He took it back to his shelter and began the process of shaping it. Using another stone as a hammer, he carefully chipped away at the edges, creating a sharp blade. The work required patience and precision. One strike too hard or in the wrong place could ruin hours of effort. He worked on it over many days, during the times when the light was good and his hands were steady. Slowly the stone took shape, the edge becoming keen and true. When he tested it on a piece of wood, it cut cleanly, felt a quiet satisfaction, the kind that came from solving a problem through persistent effort. With his new knife, he was able to improve other tools. He carved a better handle for one of his spears, making it balanced and easy to throw. He fashioned a scraper for working plant fibers into rope and cord. He created a small bowl from a section of hardwood, hollowing it out gradually until it could hold water or food. These projects gave structure to his days. In the morning, he would tend to immediate needs: water, food, checking the fish trap. In the afternoon, when the heat was strongest, he would work on longer-term projects in the shade of his shelter. In the evening, he would prepare for night and review what he had accomplished. The routine was comforting in its predictability, but sometimes, between tasks, a different kind of awareness would surface, a sense of the vast time stretching ahead of him. Days and weeks and months and years, potentially. An entire life lived in this green isolation, with no change, no conclusion, no resolution. He tried not to think about this too much. When the feeling came, he would focus on something immediate: the texture of bark under his fingers, the sound of water moving over stones, the exact shade of green in a particular leaf. These details anchored him, pulled him back to the present where things were manageable. One afternoon, while working on a new fish trap design, he heard a sound he did not recognize. It was distant but distinct, a mechanical thrumming that was utterly unlike any forest noise. His heart began to race. He stood very still, listening, trying to locate the direction of the sound. It grew louder, then began to fade. An airplane, he realized, flying somewhere above the canopy, completely invisible to him, but undeniably there. The sound moved across the sky and then faded to nothing, leaving only the familiar forest sounds behind. He stood for a long time after it had gone, staring up at the green ceiling above him. Somewhere up there, beyond the leaves and branches, people were traveling from one place to another, living their normal lives in a world he could barely remember. The realization created a strange, hollow feeling in his chest. He tried to imagine shouting, waving, creating smoke signals, but the canopy was too thick. Any signal he made would be swallowed by the forest, and even if somehow he could be seen, the plane would be gone in seconds, traveling too fast to stop or turn back. The possibility of rescue was theoretical at best. After that day, he heard planes occasionally, perhaps one every few weeks, sometimes more. Each time, the same hollow feeling would surface, but it faded more quickly as time went on, becoming just another part of the forest soundscape. Unexpected, but no longer shocking. He began to experiment with ways to preserve food. He found that thin strips of fish or meat could be dried in the sun or over low smoke, becoming hard and leathery, but lasting for many days without spoiling. He discovered which fruits could be stored and which needed to be eaten immediately. He learned to recognize the signs of food going bad, the smells and textures that meant it was no longer safe. These skills made his life more stable. He could build up supplies for times when fishing was poor or foraging difficult. He did not need to live day to day, hand to mouth. He could plan ahead, at least a little. But with this stability came more time to think. More quiet hours when his hands were not urgently busy and his mind would wander. He tried to occupy himself with observation. He began to study the animals more carefully, learning their habits and patterns. He watched ants building their highways through the forest floor, carrying pieces of leaf larger than their own bodies. He observed spider monkeys and their complex social interactions, the way they groomed each other and played and argued. He followed the paths of birds, noting which ones came in the morning and which in the evening. The forest revealed itself to be endlessly complex. The more he watched, the more he saw relationships between species, patterns of growth and decay, the subtle signs of seasons changing. It was like learning a language without words, a language of movement and sound and timing. One day he found a turtle, large and ancient-looking, moving slowly through the undergrowth. He followed it for most of an afternoon, fascinated by its patient progress. It moved towards something specific, he realized, not just wandering. Eventually it reached a sunny spot near the stream and began to dig, using its back legs to excavate a hole in the sandy soil. He watched from a distance as it laid eggs, covering them carefully before moving away with the same slow determination. The experience stayed with him. The turtle had purpose. It followed patterns laid down by generations before it, patterns that ensured the continuation of its kind. It did not question or doubt. It simply did what it needed to do, and then moved on. He wondered if he was like that, following patterns he did not consciously understand, surviving because that was what living things did. Or was he different? Did the fact that he could think about his existence change something fundamental? He did not know. These questions had no answers, at least none he could find. But they occupied his mind during the long stretches of time between tasks. The seasons shifted again, moving into a period of less rain. The stream dropped lower, exposing more stones. Some of the smaller pools dried up completely. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the rains to return. He adjusted his routines accordingly, checking his water supplies more carefully, ranging further to find the pools and streams that still flowed. He noticed animals doing the same, gathering at the reliable water sources. He saw more creatures in these times than usual, all of them drawn by the same necessity. At one pool, he encountered a tapir, massive and strange with its short trunk and thick body. It looked at him with dark eyes, then lowered its head to drink. He stayed very still until it finished and moved away. These shared moments at water sources felt significant somehow. A recognition of mutual need, a temporary truce in the constant struggle of survival. As the dry period continued, he found himself becoming more efficient, his movements more economical. He did not waste energy on unnecessary tasks. He rested in the heat of the day and moved in the cooler morning and evening hours. He ate less, but chose his foods more carefully, focusing on the most nutritious options. And slowly, the rains returned. First as occasional showers, then as longer periods of steady rainfall. The streams filled again, the plants perked up, and the forest exhaled its held breath. The cycle continued, endless and unchanging. The boy marked another stone for the season and added it to his collection. The small pouch was getting heavy with accumulated time. He dumped them out sometimes and arranged them in patterns, rows and columns that represented his life here in simple, countable form. The numbers meant nothing and everything. They were proof that time was passing, that he was continuing, that despite everything, despite the impossibility of his situation, he remained, day after day, season after season, surviving in the slow, patient way of the forest itself. The evening came, and he built his fire and cooked his food and prepared for another night. The routine was so familiar now that his hands moved through it almost automatically. He did not need to think about the steps anymore. They were part of him, woven into his muscles and bones. He lay down in his shelter and listened to the beginning of the night symphony. The frogs starting their calls, the insects buzzing, the distant sounds of larger animals moving through the darkness. All of it familiar, all of it constant. The forest breathed around him, in and out, endless and indifferent. And he breathed with it, in and out, one breath at a time, continuing. Chapter 5. The Endless Green and What Remains. The boy woke one morning to find that a plant had pushed its way up through the floor of his shelter. A tiny green shoot, pale from lack of light, had emerged from the soil during the night. He looked at it for a long moment, then carefully dug around it and moved it outside, transplanting it where it could receive sun. The gesture felt important, though he could not have said why. His shelter had been rebuilt 3 times now. Each time it fell into disrepair, he constructed a new one nearby, using the lessons he had learned from the previous versions. The current shelter was his best work, with a raised floor to keep moisture away and a double-layered roof that shed rain efficiently. He had even created a small covered area in front where he could sit and work while protected from sun and rain. He no longer remembered how to count the years. The stones in his pouch had become too numerous, and he had stopped adding to them some time ago. How long had he been here? Long enough that his earliest memories of the forest had become as vague as his memories of the before time. Long enough that he sometimes had to remind himself there had ever been a before time at all. His body bore the marks of his life here. Scars from thorns and branches, from fish hooks and tool-making accidents. His hands were heavily calloused, more like leather than skin. His feet were the same. He could walk barefoot over rough terrain without discomfort, his soles thick enough to protect him from all but the sharpest thorns. He had grown taller, though he had no way to measure this beyond the vague sense that his perspective had changed slightly. He was lean, all muscle and bone, with no excess. The forest did not allow for excess. Everything was used, burned as energy for the constant work of survival. One afternoon, he found his original shelter, or what remained of it. He had not been in this part of the forest for a long time, and he almost did not recognize it. The palm fronds had rotted away completely, leaving only the skeleton of sticks. Vines had grown over everything, reclaiming the space. In another few months, it would be indistinguishable from the surrounding forest. He stood looking at it, trying to remember the person who had built it. That frightened child who barely knew how to make fire, who jumped at every sound, who cried himself to sleep wondering if anyone would come. The memory felt distant, like something that had happened to someone else. He had changed, not just physically, but in deeper ways. The fear that had driven him in the beginning had transmuted into something else. Not confidence exactly, but acceptance. He understood now that the forest was neither hostile nor welcoming. It simply was, and he was simply in it, and whether he survived was a matter of knowledge and care and chance. The jaguar had become almost familiar to him. He saw it regularly now, and while he still felt a quickening of his pulse when they crossed paths, the terror was gone. They had reached some kind of understanding. The cat knew he was no threat and no particularly worthwhile prey, and he knew to give it space, to avoid surprising it or challenging it. They coexisted, two predators sharing territory. He had begun to notice other patterns in the forest. Trees that died and fell followed a particular rhythm. There would be a period when many fell during the windier part of the year, and then a period of relative stability. The monkey troops moved in circuits that repeated over long cycles, appearing in his area for several days or weeks before moving on and eventually returning. Even the insects seemed to follow patterns, though on timescales too long for him to fully comprehend. He was part of these patterns now. His own movements, his foraging routes, his daily routines had become as predictable as the animal paths he followed. If the forest were conscious, it would recognize him as one of its own, as much a fixture as the trees and streams. The thought brought neither comfort nor distress. It was simply true. One evening, as he prepared his meal, he found himself humming. The sound surprised him. He stopped, listened to the silence, then tried again. A simple tune, rising and falling without words. He did not know where it came from. Perhaps something remembered from the before time, or perhaps something new, created from the sounds of the forest itself. He hummed while he ate, the sound keeping him company. It felt strange to make noise on purpose, to fill the air with something of his own creation. But it also felt right, like reclaiming some small part of himself that had gone silent. After that, he hummed sometimes, usually in the evening when he was alone with his fire. He created simple melodies that matched his mood or the sounds around him. Sometimes slow and contemplative, sometimes quicker, more rhythmic. The music, if it could be called that, was for himself alone. A conversation between the part of him that experienced and the part that witnessed the experience. The rainy season came again, heavy and persistent. He spent more time in his shelter during these days, venturing out only for necessities. The constant moisture made everything harder. Fires were difficult to start and maintain. Food spoiled more quickly. His skin developed fungal infections that itched and burned until he found plants that seemed to help when crushed and applied. But he had been through rainy seasons before. He knew they would end. He waited them out with patience, using the time to work on small projects, to rest, to let his mind wander through memory and imagination. He thought about language sometimes, trying to remember words. He would name things aloud, testing his voice. Tree, he would say, touching the bark. Water, dipping his hand in the stream. Sky, looking up at the small patches of blue visible through the canopy. The words felt awkward, and he was not sure he was pronouncing them correctly. But he kept doing it, as if maintaining a connection to something important. He tried to remember other people's faces, but could not. The woman he thought was his mother had become just a feeling, a sense of warmth and safety with no visual component. Other faces, if there had been any, were completely gone. He might have had siblings. He might have had friends. He did not know. The before time had become a collection of disconnected impressions, more imagined than remembered. Sometimes he wondered what he looked like. He had seen his reflection in still water, but the image was always distorted, unclear. He knew the general shape of himself, the feel of his face under his hands, but he could not picture himself the way he must actually appear. A wild thing, barely recognizable as human perhaps, or maybe still human enough, just adapted to different circumstances. One day, while foraging, he found something unusual. A piece of metal, curved and marked with faded letters and numbers. He turned it over in his hands, trying to understand what it had been part of. An airplane, he realized eventually. Part of the plane that had brought him here. The crash site must be near, though he had never found it. He considered searching for it. But what would be the point? There would be nothing there but wreckage and possibly bones. The past could not help him. Only the present mattered. Only the skills and knowledge he had accumulated day by day. He left the metal piece where he had found it and moved on. The seasons continued their cycle. Rain and less rain, wet and less wet. His fish trap caught fish or did not. Fruit ripened and fell. Animals were born and lived and died. The forest went on, indifferent to individual struggles, caring only for the vast balance of growth and decay. Energy flowing from sun to plant to animal and back to soil. And he went on with it, waking and sleeping, eating and working, surviving in the simple, persistent way of all living things. His thoughts grew quieter over time, less concerned with questions that had no answers, more focused on the immediate and the sensory, the texture of bark, the taste of water, the pattern of light through leaves. He was not unhappy. That realization had been true before and remained true now. There was a kind of contentment in his existence, born not from satisfaction but from acceptance. This was his life. These were his days, and they would continue until they did not, and that was neither good nor bad. It simply was. Some evenings, when the light was right and the forest was particularly beautiful, he would feel something like gratitude, not directed at anything or anyone, just a general sense of appreciation for existence, for breath and sensation, for the complex miracle of being alive in a living world. These moments were brief, emerging and fading like mist, but while they lasted, they felt profound. The boy, though he was not really a boy anymore, more a young man, lean and capable and strange, sat by his fire one night and looked at his hands. They were tools now, extensions of his will, shaped by use into something purpose-built. He flexed his fingers, watching the play of firelight on his skin, feeling the strength in them. He thought about time, how it had become something different here. Not a line moving from past to future, but a circle, or maybe a spiral. Each day similar to the last, but not quite the same. Each season returning, but changed in subtle ways. He was older, but age meant something different when there was no one to compare it to, no milestones to mark it by. He hummed his wordless song, and the fire crackled, and the forest breathed around him. Somewhere nearby a night bird called. Somewhere further away the stream continued its eternal conversation with stones. The wind moved through the canopy, rustling leaves in waves of sound that washed over everything. He lay down in his shelter, his body fitting into the familiar space, his breathing falling into sync with the forest's rhythm. His eyes closed. Sleep came gradually, gently, like water filling a vessel. And the night pressed on, as it always had, as it always would. The stars above the canopy wheeled slowly through their courses, indifferent and eternal. The moon rose and set, marking time in its own patient way. The forest lived and grew and changed, molecule by molecule, cell by cell, in the vast, slow dance of existence. And in his shelter, The boy who was now almost a man slept, dreaming of nothing in particular, his breath steady, his heart beating its quiet rhythm, continuing, always continuing, in the endless green embrace of the Amazon. Time passed, and kept passing, without ceremony, without drama, without resolution. Just the steady progression of moments becoming hours, becoming days, each one much like the last, each one enough. And the forest held him, as it held all things, in its patient, timeless way, and life went on, as life does, persistent and stubborn and ultimately unexplainable, moving forward simply because moving forward is what living things do. The night deepened, the sounds shifted and changed, and in the morning there would be another day, and then another, and another, stretching forward into a future that was both certain and unknowable. And that was enough. It had to be enough. It was. And so the days continued, one after another, in the quiet way of all enduring things. The boy became part of the forest story, and the forest became part of his, and the distinction between them grew less clear with each passing season. Time moved without markers, without destination, simply flowing like the stream over stones, constant and uncommenting. And in that flow, in that endless green present, he remained, surviving, adapting, continuing. The Amazon held its secrets, and he became one of them, a small mystery in an ancient place, living his silent days under the canopy, where the light filtered down in golden columns, and the rain fell, and the creatures moved through their timeless patterns. And the world turned, indifferent to stories and their endings, caring only for the fact of life itself, which persisted, which endured, which went on.